Good morning from Green Bay, Wisconsin. The USBC Queens presented by Storm, Roto Grip 900 Global, Brunswick, Hammer, and Columbia 300. Ready to get started with our first round of match play live on Bowl TV on Extra Frame. Lucas Wiseman with you. Our opening matches: Brittany Hamilton versus Kimmy Davidson, and Kristen Kwa against Stephanie Martins, our featured pairs this morning. Format pretty easy to follow. 3 games, total pinfall determines the winner of each match. Kristen Kwa set the 5-game record a couple of days ago with 12.97. She's from Singapore. And we are underway here. First game of this best-of-3 opening round. Half of the bowlers in the winner's bracket are bowling in this opening round. The other half will be coming up a little bit later on this morning. You can find the full schedule as well as the brackets and live scoring at bowl.com/Queens. The second half of the winner's bracket, they will be coming on the lanes at 11:30 Central Time this morning as Brittany Hamilton starts with a strike. So this is what we call the left half of the bracket bowling first this morning. The right half of the bracket coming up at 11:30, and then the round at 1:30 will be all winners bracket matches. Then after that we'll have rounds at 4 and 6 tonight. So Brittany Hamilton off to a quick start against Davidson. Davidson had an open early on, first frame. Kristen Kwa with a strike to start in the first frame. Stephanie Martins also with an open. So the top seeds in each of these matches with a very early lead. Hamilton is seeded number 5, Davidson number 60. Kristen Kwa qualified 8th, and Stephanie Martins qualified 57th. A lot of other matches going on in this round. Half the field bowling here in our first round of match play this morning. Davidson comes up light, leaves the bucket. Look at the revs that Kristen Kwa gets on the ball. Very similar to kind of a Jazreel Tan from Singapore. She starts with the front 3. Kristen, my understanding, is going to be going to Vanderbilt. So see a lot of her moving forward. The NCAA side of things. Davidson also bowled in college. In fact, all four of our bowlers, young up and coming bowlers who have or will spend some time college bowling. Davidson bowled at Sam Houston. Hamilton bowled at Vanderbilt. Stephanie Martins, who's from Brazil, getting ready to bowl on the far right side of your screen. She bowled at Weber International for a time. So Davidson with 2 opens and 3 frames, and Hamilton looking to really pull ahead by a pretty significant margin early in this match. Another great shot from the Team USA member. That is the front 3 for Brittany Hamilton now. She goes up by 47 after just 3 frames. A similar situation in our other match, as Martins has 2 opens and 3 frames, and Claw takes a 43-pin lead after 3 frames. So early on, the top seeds dominating in our matches, featured matches. Hamilton for the front 4, packs all 10 back for another strike. Brittany Hamilton looking very tough early on. USBC Queens bracket very similar in terms of seeding. In fact, it's identical to the NCAA basketball tournament. The only difference is that it's a double elimination tournament, but it follows the same seeding: 1 versus 64, 2 versus 63. Get the idea. So the higher seeds bowling the lower seeds in this opening round. We've got the number 5 seed Brittany Hamilton, the number 8 seed Kristen Kwa, and so far having very little trouble with their opponents here in our first round. Another open frame for Davidson. Is you hate to say things are slipping away in just the first game, but she has fallen behind by a very significant margin after just 4 frames. '68-pin lead for Brittany Hamilton. Kristen Kwa is going to keep that match a little bit closer than it could have been. Leaves a 2-8-10 in the 4th. Another open frame for Davidson. The thing about these 3-game total pinfall matches is that even if you fall behind early on, you're still not out of it. And I've seen a lot of times where a match can flip, and the person who is striking starts getting in some trouble, and the person who is in trouble starts striking. And I've seen people overcome 80, 90 pin deficits in the last game. So you can't quit, especially in this format with 3 games total pins. The lane's going to transition a lot throughout the match. If you're Kimmy Davidson, you just have to keep a level head and not panic. That's the key. For those just joining us, you're watching the USBC Queens Bold TV on Extra Frame. Lucas Wiseman here with you this morning. Brittany Hamilton's been perfect so far, front 4. And there's another one, 5 in a row. The lead starting to approach triple digits. Hamilton leading by 89 after 5 frames in game 1. Kristen Quad, our other match, leading by 28. Brittany pulled that one. 5 count split. 3, 4, 6, 7, 10. So Hamilton's momentum slows down just a little bit in the 6th frame. She tosses the open, but still has about a 70 pin lead. Stephanie Martins, Brazilian, stepping up here. 6th frame, goes high, leaves the 3. You can tweet us using the hashtag USBC Queens. If you have any questions or comments about the streaming, send them over to on Twitter using the hashtag USBC Queens, and also be sure to follow PWBA Tour on Twitter. If you'd like to follow the other matches that are going on, you can do that on our live scoring, bowl.com/Queens, or also at pwba.com. Go to tournaments and then the Queens page. Well, we've got some tweets coming in using the hashtag USBC Queens. Take a look and see what we've got here. We've got Taylor Falbo cheering for Tania Falbo. Make sure you use that hashtag USBC Queens. MBWHR watching the USBC Queens on Extra Frame. Mary is watching. Says she'll be watching all day long, responding to my tweet asking if anybody's joining us here today. A-Rob, 6:30, says good luck to all the ladies who made match play at the Queens, up early to watch on Extra Frame. Thank you very much for tuning in. And looks like Vern is watching as well. Good morning to you, Vern. Appreciate you taking some time to spend with us here on a Sunday morning live at the USBC Queens. So just to recap where we are as we are done with 8 frames in both matches. Hamilton leading by 64 pins against Davidson. And our other match tightening up quite a bit, with Martins having a double now and Qua with a couple of open frames. Qua leading by 14. Kristen Qua looking for a double. Remember, it is 3 games total pins. So we've got a long way to go in these matches. So we wind down our first game. Make sure you use the hashtag USBC Queens. Every once in a while, we'll, as we have time, bring in a few of your tweets into the broadcast here. Hamilton breaks up the split. After a very quick start to this match, she has slowed down a little bit in the back half of this game. Exactly what I was talking about. And in the other match as well, as Kristen opens again. 3 games is a long time, and a lot happens to the pair over the course of those 3 games. Stephanie Martins looking for 3 in a row, and that is a lead change. Stephanie Martins takes an 8-pin lead in the match. A little high on that shot in the 10th. Leaves the 6-10. Still holding on to a 6-pin lead. She was behind by a significant amount after the first 3 frames, but has battled back to take the lead. Brittany still comfortably ahead of Kimmy Davidson here. But look at this. 3-6, 7-10 split in the 10th frame. Got some tweets coming into my personal account from Mary, Paul, Nicole, and Patricia. Thanks everybody for watching, sending in the tweets, and A special hello to Patricia Luoto from watching back in Finland. Hope you're doing well, Pat. See if Brittany can give this split a run here. 3-6, 7-10. Got to hit the right side of that 3-pin and slide it over. And she'll take the 2, and Brittany, what was a very promising game to start with the front 5, settles in at 2:05 in game 1. A real missed opportunity there for her to take a huge lead going into game 2. Stephanie Martin's looking very solid in the back half of this game. Ends up getting to 192 after having a couple of early open frames. Kristen Kwa will have the chance to take the lead after game 1 with a double here in the 10th. Needs a double in 7 to take the lead after the first game, but it doesn't really matter because we're doing total pinfall for 3 games in these matches. Davidson trying to make up some ground here in the 10th. There's a lot of pins falling all over the place, but ends up with a 10-pin. She's going to be in the 150s this game, best case scenario. Wow, look at the pin action as the pin slides across the deck and takes out the 10. Very impressive. .205, 152. Hamilton leads by 53 after game 1. And Kwa picking up the 4-pin here, just barely. Ends up shooting 186, and she went from a very promising game to trailing in a hurry. She was up by as much as 36 pins, 38 pins early in that game, and ends up trailing by 6 when it's all said and done. Once again, as you're watching today, use the hashtag USBC Queens. Hashtag USBC Queens, and you can ask us questions, and we will bring in some of the tweets onto the broadcast and show them here during our coverage today of the USBC Queens on Bowl TV on Extra Frame. I'm Lucas Wiseman, by the way. Thanks for spending some of your Sunday morning with us. We are just underway with match play here, first round of competition. There's going to be a break after this opening round ends. They will re-oil the lanes, and the reason they do that is because the next round is the other half of the winner's bracket, and in order to make it fair, they have everybody bowl on the fresh in the opening round. So right now we're watching the left half of the bracket. Coming up at 11:30 Central Time this morning, we'll have the right half of the bracket. Martins looking to match the double put up by Qua, but that one's way right. Leaves the washout. Another tweet coming in from Matt and Anton. Cheering for Nat Bowles, Valpo alumni, bowling with USBC Queens. Thanks for the tweet, Matt. And if you want your tweet featured on our broadcast today, use the hashtag USBC Queens. Hashtag USBC Queens on Twitter. Since I'm sure that everybody is tired of hearing my voice by now, I've brought in someone with a much nicer voice and also much prettier, Stephanie Johnson. Hi, Stephanie.
Hi, everybody.
And you're getting ready for your match. You made it to match play, but you got to sleep in a little bit extra this morning, I guess. But
a little bit. You know, we have to come cheer on our roommate, Kim. So I'm here early.
You've made match play at the Queens a lot. Do you still get some of the kind of the butterflies before you start your matches? You know, do you feel it a little bit? Get excited that you made it to this point in the tournament?
Yeah, I think if that goes away, you shouldn't be doing it. You know, I had to fight pretty hard to stay in the number yesterday, and then I bowled really well. So.
Yeah, you were on the outside looking in going into yesterday's final round, and then you bowled pretty well yesterday. What'd you end up at yesterday? You were more than 100 over, I think.
Yeah, yesterday I ended up plus 126. Yep. So I did my job, and today's a new day, and you know, basically every match is a new little tournament. So.
Well, talk to me a little bit about the pattern that you guys are bowling on this week. What have you seen out there? You know, how have you matched up? What kind of equipment have you been using throughout the qualifying?
I've been using some of my stronger equipment. My Code of Honor looked really good yesterday. My Ebonite Game Breaker 2. You know, not opening up the angles too much. I found that we played them a little straighter towards the track area, not giving away the pocket was key. That way your bad shots weren't, you know, you weren't paying full price for them. Kind of looks similar to, you know, today. I mean, you know, I think every day everybody's got a different mindset because maybe the day before didn't work, so they're trying something new. So the lanes don't play as much as they did the day before, and not to mention today, there's not as many balls going down each pair.
Yeah, it's a little bit, I would imagine, a different kind of breakdown as we move through today, because you've gone from having more bowlers on the pair of varying levels of success, we'll say, to having just 2 bowlers on a pair and not moving. And you have an opportunity to camp out on one pair for 3 games as well as practice, and that's going to change the way things transition a little bit, I would think, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It can certainly be really good, or it could be bad, obviously, depending on if you have a good look or not. But I definitely agree. If you can kind of get zoned in, your moves are going to be a little smaller than they were in days prior. And it just comes down to execution.
Joined by Team USA member Stephanie Johnson. Most of you may know her as Nation, I guess, Stephanie Nation, but it's been Johnson for a while now, so people should be getting used to it, I think. But
well, I was still looking in the standings for my squad time before we came out here under Nation. That was my mistake. I said, I'm not even on here. I mean, you dummy.
It takes a while to get used to it, I guess.
Yeah.
So I guess you're probably pretty excited that the PWBA tour is back. Let's talk about your level of excitement that you've got a tour to bowl now. You never really had the chance to do it. It folded before you were.
Yeah, it folded when I was probably a sophomore in college, and those hopes kind of go away. And lucky for me, Team USA was an option, so that's basically the avenue I took.
Yeah.
So that somewhat filled the void. Of course, some competitive bowling and had the opportunity to travel and do a lot of cool things. But I'm so excited to have this tour coming up for the girls, and particularly the younger ones that now they really have something to aspire for. And it's just going to be a really exciting summer. I'm looking forward to it a lot. I'm really fortunate that I'm given that opportunity to do it myself, so it'll be really exciting.
Yeah, the return of the PWBA Tour is definitely something for young ladies out there to aspire to. We had a picture that came into us from one of our youngest fans. She couldn't have been more than 3 years old. And she was sitting there with her mom's iPad watching the ladies bowl on Extra Frame, and she said she was very excited to watch it. And maybe we have future PWBA star in the making. We hope that will help to grow bowling at the youth level and encourage young ladies to stick with it. And like it used to be 10, 12, 14, 16 years ago, when ladies would go out and be able to chase that dream of being a professional athlete and bowling for a living.
I mean, it'll certainly look different. I don't think it will be anywhere near what it used to be, but having said that, it's a starting point. We got to start somewhere, and from this point forward, can only get bigger and better. So that's certainly always the goal, and I think with all the excitement wrapped around it, and that's definitely going to take place.
Yeah, I want to just kind of ease into it this first year, start small, and hopefully we can make it grow into something big. Probably should update our matches here. Brittany Hamilton's still ahead by quite a bit. Let's see, she's up by 70 at the halfway point of the match against Kimmy Davidson. And Stephanie Martins really has gotten her act together in the last 10 frames or so, and is doing pretty well here against number 8 seed Kristen Kwa. Kristen gets a nice break there, getting that to fall. And let's see if we can figure out what the difference is in that match real quick. Stephanie Martins leads by 10 as they're just past the halfway point of the match. So Stephanie Johnson is our guest for a bit here. And who do you bowl in the first round? Do you know?
Her name is Emily Peterson.
Okay.
I was told she's a collegiate standout, so I'm sure it'll be an exciting match.
Yeah, it's been a really interesting Queens. I would say that every year over the last few years it has gotten stronger. The field gets stronger and stronger, especially as we have more of the college bowlers coming in, because as you know, you bowled in college, and college bowling was very strong when you bowled. I think it's even stronger today in terms of the competition level, especially with the addition of the NCAA bowling over the last decade or so. And we're seeing a lot of those great bowlers, and in fact, college bowling is a part at some point of all four of these young ladies' lives that are on our featured pairs. Kristen Claus is going to be going to Vanderbilt. Brittany, of course, bowled at Vanderbilt. Kimmy bowled at Sam Houston, and Stephanie Martins bowled at Weber for a time. So it's pretty exciting to see so many young ladies.
Collegiate bowling has definitely grown tremendously, as you've mentioned, since I've been there. It's hard to believe it's been so long, but there are so much talent out there. I mean, you can just look around and all the up-and-comers. It's amazing to see.
Well, if you have a question for Stephanie, you can send it in using the hashtag USBC Queens on Twitter. And we do have, let's see, one question here. Judy's Bowl wants to know, is this match play with 30 pins a game or best 3 block? It's the best. It's not a best of anything. It's 3 games total pins to determine the winners. No bonus pins or anything like that. And she wants to know when the seniors are bowling. Senior Queens is bowling down on the far low end. If you look at the live scoring, you can follow them on there. And Jessica Malat Great way to start my morning, watching the USBC Queens on Extra Frame. Thanks, Jessica, for tuning in. Metal fan rooting for Deandra Asbady and Kelly Kulik in match play today. Stephanie says, why aren't you rooting for me? Hellas for Life says, Bold TV has done an amazing job on Extra Frame. Well, thank you very much. How about that? Getting a shout out for Bold TV.
Do an excellent job, Lucas.
Thank you. And Willie Coxwell rooting for his cousin Brittany Hamilton. And you can send us tweets using the hashtag USBC Queens. Something new I'm trying out with our new software, able to pull in tweets straight onto the Extra Frame.
That's all fancy.
So, yeah. And I can do all kinds of fun stuff, so still...
Pretend like you know what you're doing.
Yeah, that's right.
You do it well.
We try to make it interesting. It's our first time doing Bold TV on Extra Frame, and Extra Frame going to be the home of all of the PWBA live streaming over the course of the season. As Brittany throws a double. You've bowled alongside Brittany on Team USA for a number of years now. And
a couple years, yeah.
She's definitely one of the up-and-coming stars, isn't she? She's very talented.
Absolutely. She's, I don't even want to say the future because she is the now.
Yeah.
So.
Whoa. See that 9-pin?
Wow. They thought about standing.
That's 4 strikes in a row for Kwa. That was something to see right there. That match has turned into a pretty high-scoring match. You can see that sometimes in these matches. You can see some pretty high-scoring matches, and you can also see some pretty down and ugly, grinded-out matches as well.
You know, I think that's what makes this tournament difficult to win. Is exactly that, Lucas. You can bowl really well and lose your match, or you can shoot, you know, let's say 550 and win. Just luck of the draw. You know, you just never really know.
Stephanie Martins got her hands full now. She had the lead by 10. Throws a strike there in the 8th. And now Kristen Kwa leads by 1 pin with 2 frames left in this game and a full game to go. Stephanie was down about 40 pins after 3 frames in game 1. And I said, and you probably know this, you can never give up, especially early in these matches, because the way things transition, things flip. You know, the person who's striking might lose their ball reaction, and you might go from throwing splits to throwing strikes just like that. And you can have big turnarounds in these matches for sure.
Certainly go in your favor, but it can slip away very carefully just like that.
Yep. You've got to be very, very cautious, I guess. But I'm guessing you can talk from your perspective. It's probably better to not really focus on what your opponent's doing, because that's not something you can control, right?
Right. You know, I don't particularly know the girl that I'm bowling, and even if it was someone I did know, it's really irrelevant. You know, you're bowling the lanes. You got 3 games to bowl the best that you can bowl, and if you get lucky to beat them, then, you know, kudos to you. But like I said earlier, you can bowl great and lose, or you can bowl poorly and win. You just don't know.
Yeah, and like, for example, you've got Deandra Asbady bowling her roommate, Jessica Abel, in the first round. And, you know, imagine you put the friendship aside for 3 games, and there's no taking it easy, for sure.
You have to. I mean, we're all here to win. You know, that's always the goal. And you're going to meet people along the way that you either know or you're friends with. And, you know, at the end of the day, it's you and the lanes. No hard feelings or anything like that.
Well, Kristen Kwa is showing flashes of what we saw in the second round of qualifying when she broke the 5-game record with 12.97. She bowled outstanding in that second round.
And she's on their junior team, is that correct?
Singapore, yeah, I believe so. And she's going to be coming over here, my understanding, full-time to bowl at Vanderbilt.
I'm sure they're super excited to have her.
Yeah, for sure. Well, that's one thing about Singapore. If you follow international bowling at all, Singapore and Malaysia have 2 of the best national youth programs in the world, and they develop a lot of young talent out of those youth programs, and Kristen is just one of many I mean, I think most of our viewers may have seen Jazreel Tan at some point. She's from Singapore, kind of along the same lines. But you can see the high rev rate, the high backswing, lots of pin action.
Oh, yeah.
It's very typical of bowlers from Singapore and Malaysia. They, especially in the women's side, they've done a good job of developing players who can have high ball speed and high rev rate, especially on the women's side, which is
it's a rare.
That's not exactly something easy to teach, but they start teaching them at a very young age and get them in their programs very quickly, and that helps to develop the talent.
It's certainly evident.
Yeah, and it's something, quite honestly, that other countries could learn from. Even here in America, you know, getting the young players who show the ability to have that elite level talent into top level coaching even as soon as possible. And Kristen's going to be in the 240s this game, and she'll have the lead going into game 3. But it's still going to be pretty close.
A really close match.
Yeah, still be pretty close.
Like you said, you just never know.
Brittany's starting to pull away from Davidson here in these last 5 frames. Brittany was up by 53 going into this game, and she's working on a 5-bagger, and Davidson's had 3 opens again this game. See if we have any more tweets coming in here. Looks like we do. Gundy's watching Extra Frame on Sunday morning, getting ready to bowl his Sport League. Oh, getting ready to watch his Sport League teammate, Liz Culkin. Well, there you go. Liz has advanced. And M. Edwards says Rocio Restrepo has fans here at the Cutting Edge Pro Shop in Akron. Above 180. Wishing luck to everybody competing in the Queens. Somebody says they're glad it's raining. Makes it feel less guilty for laying around all day watching the USBC Queens. I think that's Tim Piper. And there you go. So thanks everybody for sending in the tweets. You can use the hashtag USBC Queens. So 245 for Qua, and Martin's going to be at best case scenario 217. So do you have, Stephanie, a specific game plan that you will kind of look to do at the start of practice today, or do you just kind of let your ball be your guide and see how it looks? Because you bowled on the fresh a couple of times now, and you'll be bowling on the fresh in the first round.
Right.
There's a re-oil after this. So what's kind of your game plan as you go? And do you have a specific ball that you'll start with?
Yeah.
Part of the lane you'll be in?
I'll certainly probably start where I started yesterday, even though today's a new day and there's going to be some balls already going down the lane. Probably my Ebonite Code of Honor or my Game Breaker 2. Those looked really, really good yesterday, so I'll give those a look today and adjust any surfaces I need to, or, you know, like you said, the lane will be my guide as it has been the past couple of days, and it hasn't necessarily been the same.
I was going to ask you that. Have you seen a difference? You bowled on the fresh for 2 rounds. 2 of the 3 rounds. Did you see a difference from the first round that you bowled on the fresh to the second round?
Oh, absolutely. The first round on fresh, I was treading water. I finished a little under, and you know, I just couldn't get anything going. So I just came in with a different game plan, a different mindset, kind of view the lanes a little differently, slow my ball speed down a little bit, and let my ball kind of do the work for me. So that's basically how I'm going to start today and just see where that gets me.
Qua leads by 33 after 2 games as they go into game 3 now. And Hamilton's still finishing up. She can shoot 269 this game. So do you expect high scores on the fresh in match play, or do you think it'll be higher scoring than we saw during qualifying?
It's hard to say.
Just depends on who you're bowling, I guess, and how you break it down in practice.
Yeah, I mean, what I have found pair to pair in this center, you know, certainly I think the lower end has played tighter for me, but I'm not sure if that's across the board. You know, with the senior queens had been bowling down there earlier in the week. That's an extra strip and re-oil. So just those little factors that come into play. But, you know, as we mentioned earlier, it's really not a matter of high scoring. It's just a matter of beating your competitor.
Sure. Yeah.
So, you know, I've won matches shooting 550. I've lost matches shooting 720. So
just have to be one pin better.
Yeah.
That's what it all comes down to, right?
Really, it's just your little tournament going on in your pair, and then if you're lucky enough to win, you get another little tournament.
It's a long road to make the TV show, too. Especially if you have the misfortune of dropping into the elimination portion of the bracket early. You got to bowl every round to make the show. It's tough.
It's certainly not a quick road to recovery by any stretch.
Looks like Brittany.
But someone's got to do it.
Yep, exactly. It's got to happen. Brittany's up by 117 going in the last game, so she's looking pretty solid. And our other match is still not very close, but closer. 33-pin lead for Kristen Kwa.
I wouldn't doubt if Brittany maybe towards the end of the game just tried a different ball. You know, if she was comfortable and already basically had the match won, just to get a different look on something.
Yeah, sometimes you'll see people come back from, you know, an 80-pin deficit in the last game, but 117 is getting pretty tough.
I agree.
Because, I mean, basically, Brittany needs a 184 to shut her out, you know. And every time that Davidson misses like there, that number just became 174. So
right.
Looking pretty good for Brittany to move on. And it is 3 games. Total pinfall determines the winner of these matches, just like the Masters. And if you'd like to follow any of the other matches, we've got the live scoring for you at bowl.com/queens or also on pwba.com.
These headphones are comfortable, Lucas.
I know, right?
Now I know how you can sit here.
When you're gonna wear them for many hours, you gotta have nice headphones, right?
It's the little things.
So I assume you're planning to bowl all of the PWBA events, correct? Or most of them? Yes. So we'll see.
I'm fortunate that my job is allowing me to do so.
We'll hopefully see a lot of you here on Extra Frame throughout the course of the
plan.
tour. Yeah.
I'm not bowling Japan, so I will be in Sacramento.
Okay. Yeah, there's a tournament going on in Japan that pays pretty well for the men and the women. But and I know that some of the women are going to go to that event.
Sure.
But we're looking
Can't
forward.
really blame them.
No, we're looking forward to a great event in Sacramento. They've already added an extra $10,000 to the prize fund. They're running a nice sweeper the night before. All kinds of stuff, so it should be a lot of fun. Front 3 for Kristen Kwa, and she has extended her lead to 53.
Just a quick shout out to the Ashwaubenon Bowl. They've been nothing but super hospitable towards us. Everything just from the volunteers and the scorekeepers to having water available. It's just been really, really nice. So thank you to anybody that's listening from here.
Looks like we got some more tweets that came in the last few minutes. We've got Angie Ramirez, who's wishing good luck to her Colombian teammates who made match play. Joanne. Oh, looks like, that's Joan Taylor. It looks like we have a question for Stephanie. Stephanie, has your husband returned to bowling, and how do you balance 2 careers? Always a fan. Joan Taylor.
Well, the answer to the first question is Chris has certainly, I don't want to say re-emerged. He's never gone anywhere. However, he's not on the PBA tour. But he did recently sign a contract with Ebonite International. So we are both on the same staff, which is awesome. And, you know, he's what I call a weekend warrior. He bowls a lot of local stuff, and travels a little bit. So.
And of course, your husband is Chris Johnson, who was PBA Rookie of the Year. Was he a Rookie of the Year back in the
2003, I think.
2000, yeah.
So yeah, we certainly do our share of bowling together as well.
Right now, he's got little Levi at home, right? Taking care.
Yeah.
Taking care of your new son. How old is Levi
He's
now?
being a daddy. Levi is 10.5 months.
Thought so.
So he's getting to be a big boy. Just planned his birthday, so.
He'll be on the lanes before you know it.
Yeah. Yeah. And lucky for me, because I do work at the bowling center, you know, balancing both is not as difficult as some may think. I can practice and do all that good stuff. So I'm really, really lucky in that respect.
Both of our matches heading towards being finished up here. Brittany Hamilton with a big lead on Kimmy Davidson, and Kristen Qua building a big lead now on Stephanie Martins. Kendall Jordan rooting for his girlfriend Stephanie Martins from Georgia. Says thanks again, Extra Frame, for streaming this great event. You're welcome. And Blair is watching Extra Frame for the 9-hour journey back home, wishing all the ladies luck and looking forward. Looks like she's looking forward to bowling the Queens again. So thanks, Blair. Nice to see you this week.
And safe travels.
Yeah, of course. And you can send us your tweets using the hashtag USBC Queens. So you've got about an hour and a half before you start bowling, Stephanie. Is there anything that you do to get warmed up before you get on the lanes? Do you do any stretches or anything like that? I know that you have worked close with Nick Bohannon at the ITRC, and he works a lot with you guys in terms of strength training and warm-ups and stuff like that. What do you do to prepare yourself before you bowl a match or even a qualifying block?
I think for me it's more mental than physical. You know, I'm not really superstitious, so I don't have a set routine. You know, certainly get ready, get bowling balls, you know, surfaces that I want them to get at, and just kind of get in the moment. I don't want to say it's that simple, but, you know, certainly stretch and get warmed up, but, you know, and just go play. I mean, you know, you always hear go have fun. Well, you know, we should be having fun. And anytime we get the opportunity to bowl is. So this summer, like I said, is just going to be so awesome.
And so when you get out there and you throw your first few shots of practice, what kind of shape are you going to be looking at early on? Are you going to be, are you trying to play in the track a little bit right of that? Where are you looking at in the fresh to get matched up?
Probably be right around the track area, not giving away the pocket too much. That seemed to work just fine for me yesterday and the first day. So, you know, since there's going to already be some balls having gone down the lanes, I think that's definitely going to be there, especially watching some of these girls in front of us where they're playing. It makes sense.
Well, they are going to re-oil between, so that's...
Oh, they are? Okay.
They are, yep. That's why there's a little bit of an extended break.
Gotcha.
They do that when we have to split the first round of the bracket now. I guess they feel like it's
a little more
fair. Yeah, more equitable for everybody. That way it's, you know, not kind of luck of the draw for that first round of match play.
Makes sense. Based
on who you follow. Because, quite honestly, in these 3-game matches, who you follow can have a pretty significant impact on your match if you're following a couple of people who maybe open it up and make it very easy, or some people who make it very difficult. You just don't know. But it can have a significant impact, for sure.
And it was certainly that way during qualifying.
Yeah. Yeah, the one thing that helps in this format is that you stay on the same pair. So I guess sometimes that could be bad if you catch a bad pair.
It could be bad if you're not lined up, or you just have a funky pair. You know, we've all been there before, so.
I want to say hello to Dave and Danielle Driscoll, who are watching back in Florida. Just got the text. They're on their way to do some practice for Nationals. Bowl with Dave at Nationals, and coming up in 2 weeks.
Okay.
I know, it's coming up quick. I haven't, unfortunately, not been able to bowl
When's the last
very
time
much.
you've thrown a bowling ball, Lucas?
Yeah, I've been bowling a little bit more in the last 3 weeks or so to prepare myself, but I have not bowled league this season at all because I've been traveling so much. But when I get back on Wednesday, that's our first night of Summer League that we joined.
Okay.
So very excited to get back on the lanes.
And you're in Indianapolis now?
Yep. You're bowling at Western Bowl in Indianapolis.
Yep.
So looking forward to it.
I remember bowling junior gold there
Yes.
a decade ago. It's hard to believe.
It's been there a couple of times, I think. Yeah,
It's been so long since my junior gold days.
You did pretty well at junior gold.
I left on a really good note, that's for sure.
How many times in a row did you win? Like 3?
I won 04, 5, and 6.
Yeah, so 3 years in a row you won it.
Mm-hmm.
Was that your last 3 years?
That was my last 3 years.
There you go.
I could have stayed down another year.
And if anybody
the rule wasn't changed, but I didn't.
If anybody has bowled junior gold out there, you know how significant of an accomplishment that is, because that is not an easy tournament to win. Kristen crosses over and gets the strike. She's ahead by a wide margin on Stephanie Martins, and looks like Kristen and Brittany both going to advance into the winners bracket and avoid getting knocked into that elimination bracket early, because if you get knocked into the elimination bracket in this round, let's see, you would have to bowl 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 matches to make the show. Without
That's
any
a lot of bowling.
and without any break. You bowl every round the rest of the way, with the exception of the 1 p.m. today. You start at 4 p.m. this afternoon, and you bowl every round the rest of the way.
I'd like to see if anybody has actually made it to the
yeah,
show from
I
the
think
very
that
first
I
round.
think that there has been. It
That's
has
impressive.
happened. Yeah, it's a lot of games though.
That's mentally and physically grueling.
Well, you got to think, if you drop into the losers bracket now, and so you've bowled 3 games in your opening round, and then you've got 8 rounds, so that would be 27 games in 2 days that you would have to bowl to make the show. That's a lot of games in 2 days.
I don't know that anybody practices bowling that much.
That's a lot.
I don't know that I want to.
Yeah, I don't know that I could.
I mean, I hope there's enough new skin in the bowling center to
exactly
patch my thumb together.
Martins, well, she's not giving up. She's got 3 in a row, but let's see, down by
Hard to recover from a
75 with 2.5 frames to go. That's tough.
Could have an interesting match over here with Kim and Neshka. Like you said, it's just never over till it's over.
Yeah, Neshka up by 44 going into the last game. And Kim has picked up 11, so Kim down by 33. You can follow all of the live scoring if there's pairs or matches that you want to keep an eye on. You can just click through the live scoring at bowl.com/queens or pwba.com and take a look. Match that I kind of put my eye on this morning, not as close as I was hoping, Missy Parkin and Emery Dugan. I thought that could be a good one. Missy up by about 50 pins or so with 6 frames to go, down on 49 and 50. The most popular pair on the live scoring is 33 and 34, which is where our top seed, Verity Crawley, who's in trouble against Natalie Cortez.
Yeah.
She's in a lot of trouble, actually, down by 57 coming into this game and down by 11 this game. So our top seed down by 68 pins with 6 frames to go.
That's just a perfect example of, you know, the weight on qualifying. I mean, you definitely you want to make top 64, and whether you qualify first or last or somewhere in between, today's just a whole new ball game.
The battle of the roommates is pretty interesting. Deandra Asbady and Jessica Abel. Deandra, they're just about tied. See, Deandra just struck, and so Deandra leads by 4 with 6 frames to go. So that's a pretty tight
That'll be
match
a
right
tight
there.
match. That'll be one of those 10-frame games, probably.
Both of our featured matches are pretty much determined at this point. May have to break out one of my new toys, which would be Bowl TV. I haven't named it yet. Maybe Bowl TV on the go, Bowl TV mobile cam. But I can take my iPhone. I can take my iPhone and attach it to the tripod and move it to any of the pairs and bring it into the broadcast. So I'm trying to figure out maybe that
This is way too fancy for me, Lucas.
I know, we're getting crazy here.
I mean, my phone's all cracked and everything.
Maybe that Deandra Jessica match might be one to pick. We'll have to wait and see how it turns out. Haven't quite put that plan into place yet in terms of seeing how it actually works in a real environment. But
well, don't crash the live stream. That's all the viewers are asking,
exactly.
Lucas.
Yeah, I don't want to crash the live stream. I don't want to get in trouble.
Working just fine.
Especially since it's our first time on Extra Frame.
Yes.
I know we've got a lot of
We want happy viewers.
we got a lot of very loyal viewers out there who are big-time bowling fans.
I'm just looking out for everybody. Well, I might have to bid you farewell, Lucas.
Yeah,
I'm
I know
go
you
wander.
You gotta get ready for your bowling, and
I'm just gonna.
I do appreciate you stopping in, Stephanie Johnson, TUSA member. And
I don't even know where I'm bowling, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
so
well, hopefully we'll see you at some point on the live stream pair. So thanks, Steph, for stopping by, and we'll see you a little later.
All right, bye, everybody.
Just taking a peek to see if any of the matches around us are close, and it looks like I may have found one. And we won't be able to see the scoreboard, but here is kind of a wide look. That is Laura Buchner of Germany. She's bowling former Team USA member Brenda Padilla over on 41 and 42. They've got 6 frames to go, and Padilla leads by 24 in that match. So we can't exactly see the scoreboard, but you can follow it on the live scoring. 41 and 42, the lefty, Laura Buchner, who bowled very well in qualifying this week. Qualifying 9th, Brenda qualifying 56th. And right now Brenda leading by 24 with about a half a game to go. Got another tweet coming in from JD Robbie, watching the USBC match play, USBC Queens match play on PBA Tour Extra Frame. Good luck and great bowling, ladies. Thanks for the tweet. If you'd like to send your tweet to us here in our Bull TV on Extra Frame broadcast booth, you can use the hashtag USBC Queens on Twitter. Brenda looking to extend the lead here with a double, and she gets it. And that will put Padilla up by 34 now with a half a game to go. Padilla looking to pull off the upset. By the way, final score 699 to 591. Kristen Quad defeats Stephanie Martins. And Brittany Hamilton and Kimmy Davidson still finishing up. We'll give you their final total here in just a few minutes when they're done. So a big shot here coming up for Brenda Padilla, working on a double. Leading by 34. She can push the lead to 44 right here. Another great shot for Padilla. Up by 44 now. And all the pressure on the lefty from Germany, Laura Buchner. She's starting to get into must-strike territory here towards the end of this game. Just tuning in, I'm Lucas Wiseman. You're watching Bull TV on Extra Frame. Thank you so much for joining us today. This is just our first round of matches. It gets more and more exciting every round that we progress. And Buchner with a 7-pin. She's in a lot of trouble now. Down 44, just 4 frames to go. Laura Buchner, 7th frame, down by 44, with 4 frames left in the match against Brenda Padilla. Oh my goodness. A devastating 9-pin for Laura, and that hurts right there. She knows she needs strikes, can't afford to have bad breaks like that at this juncture, especially trailing. Also have another match that's pretty close to us here that has gotten quite tight over here on 35 and 36. Neishka Cardona against Kim Kearney. Kearney down by 44 coming into this game, but now leads by 12 as Cardona working on a strike, 9th frame. Oh my goodness. Cardona through the face, big 4. Just like that, she's in a lot of trouble. Had a huge lead coming into this game, but Cardona only 102 in the 7th, had a strike in the 8th, and now the split in the 9th. You can follow on the live scoring as well. Brittany Hamilton with a stellar 686 as she defeats Kimmy Davidson, who had 513. And Cardona with the open frame. 128 in the 9th. As this match has slipped away from her and in the favor of Kim Kearney. Our top seed in the bracket, Verity Crawley, is going to lose her first round match. Natalie Cortez. Take a look at the Hall of Famer, Kim Terrell Kearney. Now just Kim Kearney with a strike in the 9th. And Kim is on her way to the win here in this match. Big come from behind. I told you, you can come from behind in these matches, and Kim comes from a 44-pin deficit. She's down 44 coming into this game. And it doesn't even look like Kim needs a mark here in the 10th. So we'll watch Kim throw this shot, and then we'll go back over to the match between Buethner and Padilla and see how that finishes up. So that's a winner for Kim Kearney as she defeats Neshka Cardona in comeback fashion. Buethner with a strike. Let's see where we're at here. About 54, it looks like, is the lead for Padilla. So it looks like Padilla is going to survive here against Buethner. And we're going to try something a little... Going to try something a little different here. Deandra Asbeatty on our mobile cam, needing a mark to win, and gets the strike. So Deandra Asbeatty will defeat Jessica Abel in that match. It was a 3-pin lead for Asbeatty going into that game, I believe. And Deandra had to do a little work here in the 10th, and it needed a mark after Abel struck out. Deandra, with her second shot in the 10th, is a 9-pin, but she'll be in the 240s, enough to win and survive against her roommate, Jessica Abel. So first round is wrapping up. And we will have an extended break before we start the next round. So we watch the 10th frame here between Padilla and Buethner. Padilla on her way to the win. As Beatty ended up winning 668, 656. Got the mark she needed in the 10th. See if we can find some of the other matches, give you some updates here. Pate defeats Kelly 650 to 564. That's Megan Kelly. Wendell defeats Kovalova 696 to 653. Lomelli defeats Poplar 646 to 597. McCarthy defeats Sutphin 614 to 530. Amanda Green defeats Marr 731 656. Caldwell defeats Poss 627 to 604. Cortez defeats Crawley 684 to 629. Kearney defeats Cardona 612 577. Hamilton defeats Davidson 686 513. Qua defeats Martins 699 to 591. Asbeatty defeats Abel 668 656. Marcano defeats Samantha Kelly 650 to 586. Wessner defeats Galante 676 to 633. Missy Parkin defeats Anne-Marie Dugan 681 to 617. And looks like the only match still going on is Marsha Klemkin and Cassandra Luthold. And it's pretty close going into the last two frames. Eight-pin advantage for Klemkin going into the last frame. So we've got one match still going on down on 51 and 52. I'm going to see what I can do about getting down there and getting you guys a look at it. Luthold
with a 10 pin. There's a look at the scoreboard. Klumpkin with an open ninth. So a 5-pin lead for Leuthold with 1 frame left. Leuthold needs a double to shut her out, leaves the 10, and Klumpkin's going to have a chance in the 10. Spare's good. Leuthold's going to be in the 190s this game. Seven on the fill for Leuthold. Klumpkin needs a double to win the match. Needs to have it. And Klumpkin gets the first one. Needs one more to win the match against Leuthold. For the win for Klumpkin. Packs all 10 back, and a double in the 10th for Marcia Klumpkin. Needs 2 pins on the fill. to win by 1. More than enough for Klimpkin. Comes from behind and takes the win, 588 to 579. Hi, Marcia. You can wave to everybody. Marcia Klimpkin with the win in round 1. As we walk back towards our extra frame booth, that's the end of our first round of match play. There's a look at Brenda Padilla. Hi, Brenda. You're welcome. So that's going to be the end of round 1 of match play here, as we will have a re-oil break now. And Matt, we can go ahead and switch it back over to the little cam. All right, so back here in the broadcast booth, once again, we've got a real oil break now, and we get started in 1 hour with our next round of matches. We'll keep the stream up and running, so please stick around. About an hour from now is when we'll get started with our next round of matches here live on Bull TV on Extra Frame. From the USBC Queens in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Coverage brought to you by Storm and Roto Grip, 900 Global, Brunswick, Hammer, and Columbia 300. Ready to get started here live on Bull TV on Extra Frame with our next round of matches. Liz Johnson to kick things off, taking on Pamela Alvarez on 39 and 40. And then on 37 and 38, battle of a couple of very high rev players, Diana Zavjalova and Azeret Zetter. Zavjalova, 2013 champion from Latvia, now lives in Ohio. And Azeret Zetter, member of the Mexican national team, starts with a 10-pin. Alvarez on the far right side of your screen, first frame. It's a 3-game total pinfall match as Alvarez starts with a super washout. Three games total pinfall to move on in the winner's bracket. It's a double elimination bracket, so the losers in this opening round drop down to the elimination portion of the bracket. And we'll have a long road ahead to make the show. If you'd like to find the brackets They are available at bowl.com/Queens, also at pwba.com on the tournaments page. Look for the USBC Queens page, and you'll find the link to the live scoring, as well as the bracket. Live scoring will let you see the frame by frame and the running totals for any match going on across the bowling center for both the senior queens and the queens. Senior queens down on the low end. Senior queens lanes 3 through 20, or 5 through 20, I should say. And the queens lanes 21 through 51. And it's a good way to keep up to date with all of the matches, as there are quite a few matches going on, and we'll give you the final scores as they wrap up in all the matches, and try to keep you up to date with any of the more interesting finishes that we have today. Zavialova up on the left lane. Watching her in practice, she's playing pretty far right. Looked like she had quite a bit of area to miss right and left. Would expect that Diana will probably put up a pretty decent score here. Same for Liz Johnson. Liz looked like she had a little area in the practice. Now she has the front three. They did do a re-oil, so we are bowling on fresh again. That's why there was an extended break. So we are on fresh once again. And the next round, winner's bracket, will be on the burn. Bit of a shaky start here for Alvarez. And she opened in the first and now an open in the third. Couple of early opens for Alvarez as Johnson has jumped out to a big lead. We saw this in the first round, though. Things can seem like they're spiraling out of control for one player, but then it all tightens back up a little bit later on as the match kind of goes through the ebbs and flows here. But it's not a great start for Alvarez against a Hall of Famer like Liz Johnson. You see Shannon Plahowski on the far right side of your screen. She leaves a split on the front four. Karen Boyd also has the front four in that match. Zetter with her first strike of the match. Azarette, a very well-known player in the American zone. She has won numerous medals in the American Zone Championships over the years. We've had a foreign player win the Queens the last 2 years in a row. Of course, Diana Zavialova won the event in 2013, and then last year, 2014, it was Maria Jose Rodriguez of Colombia that won the event. Diana looking for a double. You can see how far right she's playing. That one didn't quite come up. Maybe missed it at the bottom a little bit there. Leaves the 2-pin. Our number 2 seed in the bracket, Kelly Kulik, is bowling in this round against Jackie Carbonetto. That match taking place on 33 and 34. If you'd like to take a look at that on the live scoring. Live scoring lets you see any of the lanes in the bowling center. See the frame by frame. Looking at the tweets that are coming in using the hashtag USBC Queens. See if we can pull some up here. Dave Lamont keeping up with the USBC Queens during his layover. Dave coming in to do the play-by-play for the Queens again this year. So we'll see you soon, Dave. Looking forward to it. Maybe we'll have you on the Extra Frame broadcast at some point. I got my second headset working this time around, so it'd be nice to see you, Azarette with a wicked 10-pin there. Mary rooting for fellow Wisconsinite Shannon Levinsky. Thanks for sending in the tweet. And just tweeting ourselves from the PWBA Tour account at PWBA Tour. You can keep up to date with the score of any match in the USBC Queens and USBC Senior Queens using our live scoring. And if you go to our Twitter at PWBA Tour or at USBC, you can find the link direct to the live scoring that way as well. And then, of course, that's me, at Lucas_Wiseman. Reminding you that all rounds are 3 games total pinfall to determine the winners. And if you'd like to send us a tweet using the hashtag USBC Queens, we will get it here in our broadcast booth, and as we can, we'll put some of them up on the screen. Moving right along here, there's a wicked split there for Azarette Zetter. It's just nasty. That is a 3-4-10 split. Big trouble for Azarette. The only positive for Azarette so far is that Diana has not doubled yet in that match. And the pins falling by themselves on lane 39. Liz will reset that. Alvarez had another open as she falls even more behind against Liz. And now Liz up by 46. Let's see if Azarette can make a run at this split. How about that? Nice conversion for Azarette Zetter. 3-4-10 goes down. Big time split conversion for Azarette. Another tweet coming in from Joey. Shout out to Brittany Smith from Mom and Stepdad. Thanks for watching, Dawn and Joe. Thanks for sending in the tweet. You can use the hashtag USBC Queens if you'd like to send a tweet to us here in the broadcast booth. Liz Johnson leading by 46 pins against Pamela Alvarez in the 7th frame of Game 1. We've finished 5 frames between Zavialova and Setter. And Zavialova has the early lead by 14. As both players are clean through 5, the difference being the double by Diana that she is currently working on. Zetter looking for her first double of the match. Down by 13, can pull to within 3 with a strike here. That one goes way left. And not that much different from her shot last time on that lane. This time the 4-pin is missing from the equation, though. Azarette had a chance to pull within single digits, and instead trying to tackle the baby split. And she leaves it open, so the lead increases for Diana.
25 pins. Liz Johnson up by almost 50. Comes up light, leaves the 2-8. Just winding down game number 1 here in our 3-game total pinfall matches. Lazarette, 8th frame, leaves the 2-pin. More tweets coming in. You can read them on the screen. Including one tweet from one of the bowlers in this round, Liz Culkin. Has her first match now against fellow Husker alum, Katie Ann Sopp. Make sure you use the hashtag USBC Queens when you tweet about the event so we can see it here in our broadcast booth. Alvarez looking for a double here in the 10th. She gets the job done. It's going to put her in the 170s. I want to send some well wishes to Shannon Plahowski's mom, who battling some issues here this morning. Hope you feel better. Shannon is going to have about a 25-pin lead on Karen Boyd after game 1, just off to the right of our featured pairs. Ninth frame for Zetter is a strike. She's down 35, though, in this match early on. And Diana will have a chance to punch out here in the 9th and the 10th to shoot 249. That would give her at least a 45-pin lead going into game 2. Nice finish for Alvarez. All 3 in the 10th for Alvarez to get to 176. Liz Johnson can shoot 225, though.
Kelly Kulik with a 244 with an open in the 10th frame in her match against Carbonetto. Carbonetto on pace to be in the 160s. Another strike for Zafialova. She extends the lead, and there's a little lucky strike there for Liz Johnson. First shot in the 10th. Liz Johnson looking for another strike here in the 10th frame, leaves the 10 pin. It's going to be a 215. 39 pin lead for Liz after game one with the spare. Diana got the first one in the 10th, puts her in the 230s. Chance to get into the 240s with another strike here. More tweets coming in. Timeshare Vaughn, welcome back to Wisconsin. Thank you very much. And a lot of Wisconsinites cheering on Shannon Lebinsky. And our very own Aaron Smith, using the USBC Queens hashtag as well. Nice to hear from you, Aaron. Aaron El Paso at the Open Championships, working that event as we speak. There's Zavialova looking for another one of the 10th. Got that one in, and a little firm, and leaves the 10 pin. Ball did not drive through the pocket like the other strikes that she's had. That will put her at 238 with the spare. Alvarez down by 39 as she steps up and throws a strike again on that left lane. Struck out in the 10th and then pops another one here to start game two. As Zafialova misses the 6th pin, gives away a pin and count there, 237 for her though. Don't lose a whole lot when you miss a single pin in the 10th on the fill. So big 10th frame here for Azeret Zetter as she looks to get as close as she possibly can here. She can get to 204 if she strikes out. She yanked that one right through the face, 36910, not a very good shot. Azeret cleans up the mess, but only going to be at 184, down 53 going into game two. Liz looking for a double to start. You can see Liz pointing it right up. And that one goes high, almost 4 nines, leaps the 9 by itself. Kelly Kulik leading Jackie Carbonetto 244 to 159 after the first game. Zabialova up by 54 after game one, 237 to 183. As both our matches now heading into game number 2. Match play throughout the day today. We have one more round before there's an oil break. All of the bowlers in the winner's bracket will be up next at 1:30. And then an oil break. And that'll be followed by the next round at 4 o'clock. And the final round at 6 o'clock tonight. Those were all elimination rounds. Bowlers who, I believe, win 2 matches today. Yeah, the bowlers who go 2-0 today in the winner's bracket are done for the day. And they would come back at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, which is when we start Central Time. Looks like we got a report from Vern in the field on the Twitterverse saying that Diana is throwing that Columbia 300 delirium, he believes. Hard for me to tell from here. But if you'd like to send your tweet to us, you can use the hashtag USBC Queens. Looks like we got another one that just popped in. Got Brunsnick. Says Sundays are for live streaming ladies. By the way, hope your girl wins the news lady contest. Go Kirsten Warzinski. Yeah, my fiance is up for best meteorologist in Indianapolis, having a contest or vote for that. So a lot of bowling folks have been helping out and voting for that. If you'd like to find the link to go vote for her, you can go to my Facebook, facebook.com/LRWiseman. But enough about that. Let's go back over to Liz Johnson, who's got a strike. We like to keep it focused on the bowling here on Bowl TV on Extra Frame. Right now, Liz Johnson leading by 42 against Alvarez after 13 frames in that match. Tweet coming in. R. Graham Storm. Go Carrie Smith. Says, good job, Lucas. Thank you very much. For those of you who don't know who the voices you're hearing on Extra Frame, it's Lucas Wiseman. Usually on Bowl TV, but for the PWBA and the Queens, we are Bowl TV on Extra Frame, bringing you live coverage of all of the PWBA events throughout the summer. And then Real Bowlers Tape sending in a tweet. Thank you for spreading the word that we're live on Extra Frame. Appreciate the kind words from the folks over at Real Bowlers Tape. And thanks to all of our product registered companies that are helping to support the PWBA Tour in its relaunch. We certainly appreciate everybody who has come on board, including the Level 2 equipment sponsors, 900 Global, Brunswick, Columbia 300, Hammer, Roto Grip, and Storm. Accessories 3G, Dexter, Master, Real Bowlers Tape, Robbie's, Turbo and Vice, and apparel. Boom. Bolifi. Deandra told me how to say that, but I'm still not saying it right. I got to get her. High Five and Logo Infusion as well. And our Level 1 ball sponsors, Ebonite, Motive, and Track. So thank you very much to all of those companies for supporting the PWBA Tour. And helping all of these great ladies chase their dreams. Zavialova with a double to start. Already up by 54 coming into this game. She has increased that lead to 66. Got someone rooting for Brianna Caldwell to be on the live stream. Well, fortunately, we don't get to decide who's on the live streams, but you never know. She could pop up on one of the pairs, featured pairs, as we move along here. And Krista watching on her drive home. Thanks very much for tuning in. Zavialova with the front three as she extends her lead again against Azret Zetter. I had a feeling watching practice. I looked over to Matt Cannizzaro, who was sitting next to me, working on this report for Bowl.com, and I said, I think Diana's going to be really tough to beat in this match because she just looked like she was throwing it really well and had a lot of area. You give a great player a little bit of area, tough to beat. And so that is held true so far. Saw Azret on the fresh in one of the rounds on the live stream pairs a couple of days ago. Her look did not look great on the fresh. Only 183 the first game. As this match moves along, though, she should start to match up better. But the question is, will Diana be so far ahead that Azret won't be able to catch up? And right now, that's looking like it's going to be the case. Diana up by 76 after 13 frames. Zetter looking for a double. Yanks it, 3-6-10. Every time she gets it left, it's not good. Alvarez down by 38. Against Johnson. She's working on a double. So she's hanging in there against Liz, especially if she could throw a couple of more strikes here. Big missed opportunity there for Alvarez. She leaves the 2-pin. She is down by 39. Another strike for Diana, front four. She is now up by 86 in the match. .14 frames to go between Johnson and Alvarez. They are all tied up this game, but Liz had a 39-pin advantage in game one. Diana didn't quite throw that one as well and leaves the 2-8. Halfway through these 3-game total pinfall matches. First round of bracket play at the Queens. First round is broken up into 2 blocks, 9 a.m. and 11:30, because we don't have enough lanes here to be able to run all of them at once. Need 64 lanes, and we only have 60 here. Plus, we've got the Senior Queens bowling as well down on the low end. But once this round ends, we'll have 32 players in the winner's bracket and 32 players in the elimination bracket for the Queens. Senior Queens had 32 players advance to the bracket. We'll have live coverage on Bowl TV Tuesday at 11 a.m. Eastern Time of the Senior Queens stepladder. Azarette, Diana officially at the halfway point now as they have finished 15 frames of the 30. And Diana up by 84. Half the match left to be bowled. Big shot here for Alvarez, looking for a double and gets the job done. She is bowling a pretty good game. Double, open, double, spare, double. She's picked up 10 pins on Liz this game and has pulled to within 29 as they are heading into the 9th frame of game 2. Azarette down by 84 and not showing any signs of being able to string strikes together yet. She's had a lot of shots miss left off her hand. She's tugged. And when you don't have any hold, tugging the ball is not going to work out so well. Alvarez with a flat 10. Trails by 30. ...2013 Queens champ and former college star at Weber International, Diana Zaviolova, with a pocket 7-10 split. She's ahead by more than 80 pins, so she can afford to give a few back. Wouldn't say that's anything to be overly concerned about at this point for Diana. She's still making pretty good shots here. Just an unlucky break there. She'll fire at the 7-10 here. Almost popped that pin back up on the deck. Got about halfway back up on the deck in the middle. Open frame nonetheless. 10th frame for Liz. She got a strike in the 9th. Up by 30. Can push it to 40 with a strike here. Pulls it almost 4 nines. Gets the 4 out. The pin came from behind. It almost clipped that 9 pin. Just missed it. The head of a pin was headed for that 9 behind it, but it fell back before it could get it. You don't see Liz miss too many spares. She pops that 9 pin right in the chin. Picks it up. .203 for Liz Johnson. So 418 for Liz after 2. Big opportunity here for Alvarez. She can strike out for 225, and that would put her at 401, and she only would be down by 17 going into the last game. This is a pretty significant frame for Pamela Alvarez. You may be able to see her just on the far right side of your screen. There she goes. Playing pretty far right. Another flat 10. Back-to-back flat 10s for her. Never a good sign. So as long as she makes the spare, she'll at least make up a little ground here against Liz. Again, ball left off Azaret's hand, and she just has no hold room whatsoever. I think Azaret probably needs to move left at some point. She's going to need to do something drastic if she wants to try to come from behind and win this match, because what she has done so far is clearly not working well. Doesn't help when you miss spares. She's down by 84 now. Once again, Alvarez made her spare. Fill ball coming up here. Throws that one a little better. Comes up light though. Had a little more speed. Thought that might be the key to get the 10 pin out, but leaves the 2-8 temp to Phil. 2-11 picks up 8 pins, down by 31. So Liz Johnson up 31 going into the final game of that match. Storm lights out, sending in the tweet. Good luck to Liz Johnson and Diana Zaviolova as they are on the USBC Queens live coverage pair. Thanks for watching. And 10 pin is stalking some of our bowlers, saying that he's making them work hard today. Send in your tweets using hashtag USBC Queens, and we'll put a few of them up on the screen as we move along throughout our coverage here. Looks like Kelly Kulik going to have no problem advancing in the winner's bracket against Jackie Carbonetto. They're just finishing game 2, but Kelly is up by more than 100 pins. .131 pin lead for Kelly if she strikes on her fill ball. So Kelly Kulik looking very solid to move on against Carbonetto. Alvarez started with an open this game, but that is a very powerful strike in the second. He's down by 42 now after that open frame. 185 for Zetter as they finally finally finishing up game number 2. Liz Johnson with a strike, her first strike of this game. Cut over to Shannon Plahowski. She's got the front 4 now with that strike. Locked in a tight match with Karen Boyd. You can follow that Plahowski-Boyd match on our live scoring, bowl.com/Queens. .222 for Zavialova. That's her 459. Zetter is at 368. So a big lead for Diana with a game left. .91 lead for Diana. Liz Johnson with a double. Starting to pull away from Alvarez here. Liz up by 52 with 6 frames to go. Another strike for LJ. Liz Johnson starting to pull away here from Alvarez. Another strike for Johnson. She is up by a pretty good margin now against Alvarez. Azarette down by about 90 pins in that match against Diana Zaviolova. Alvarez trying to hang in there. Let's cut over to our Bowl TV mobile cam now, as we've got that positioned down behind Carrie Smith and Clara Guerrero. And Carrie Smith misses the head pin to the right, leaves the 1-2-7. Smith down by 29 against Guerrero as they've got a half a game to go. So we will keep an eye on that match as we move along here. Alvarez leaves the 2-pin. Kelly Kulik has the front 5 right now. She is on her way to a win. There's Kelly right there on the right side of our mobile cam. Another strike for Kelly, front 6. And there's Clara Guerrero. Clara working on a strike. It's another one. It looks like double for Clara. She is now up by 39 against Carrie Smith. Just about a half a game to go. 4 frames to go exactly. Clara getting ready to bowl again here. You can see her just to the left. Comes up light. Leaves the 2-5. Had a real opportunity to pull away from Carrie Smith there. You're going to see some little glitches every once in a while in that mobile cam. It's basically my iPhone feeding into our live streaming here. And so it's not 100%, but it's pretty good so far from what we've seen. So it's nice to see that working. Liz Johnson up big here against Alvarez, closing out this game. Go back over to Clara, see if she can make that spare. Clara cleans it up with no problem. And we'll take a look at Carrie Smith in a moment. Clara up by about 40 in that match. Whoa, look at the wicked messenger for Zavialova. Takes out the 10. Over to Carrie Smith, down 40 against Clara Guerrero. That one high flush for the strike. On our Bull TV mobile cam. Back over to Carrie Smith. She can pull to within 30 with a strike here for a double. This is a big shot in this match. And it looks like 10 pin is the leave. So now her chances of mounting the comeback against Guerrero really going to depend on how Clara finishes the game. Nice shot by Alvarez. Going to come up short against Liz Johnson, though. Kelly Kulik's got the front 7. Keep an eye on that. Sorry, front 6. She's going for the front 7 right now. Kelly, 479 for the first 2 games in that match against Carbonetto. Looks like we can sneak a peek at Kelly here on the far right side of your screen. She's going for the front 8. And a 10 pin ends the run for Kulik at 7 in a row. Well, Zavialova with a foul. Perhaps things getting a little more interesting in this match. Diana leading by 91 coming into this game. And Azarette strike spare triple to start this game. Azarette's made up a lot of ground already. It's a critical spare there for Diana. The foul doesn't cost her any count. But she does make the spare to limit the damage. Diana's still up by 56. Half a game to go, but it's getting closer as we move along here. Diana with a 2-8. Liz Johnson closes it out with a 258 game, and she wins that match, 676 to 601. Next round starts at 1:30 Central Time, about 45 minutes or so. Over to Carrie Smith. She can strike out 9th and 10th and maybe make Clara do a little work, but Clara's sitting in pretty good shape in that match. Carrie strikes in the 9th. Carrie can max at 674. That would force Clara to shoot 208. And Clara going at a 227 pace, so Clara wouldn't even need a mark at that point. Zetter still trails by 56 with 4 frames left in our other match. Carrie Smith does not get that first shot in the 10th, so Clara Guerrero is going to win and move on. Seventh frame for Zavialova. All right, right next door here, Rocio Restrepo on our Bull TV mobile cam, working on 5 strikes in a row. Gets another one. 6 in a row for Restrepo, down 55 coming into this game. And she has mounted the big comeback against Mariana Ayala. Wicked 7-pin there for Diana. still up 56. 3 frames left. Looks like Rocio has taken a 9-pin lead against Mariana in that match. Once again, you'll see some hiccups every once in a while in this mobile cam, but we get a pretty good look. Let's see, there's a hiccup right there. But there's Rocio, looking to continue her string of strikes. Gets another one. She extends the lead, up by almost 2 marks now against Ayala. Big comeback. Once again, Ayala led 430 to 375 going into that game. And Restrepo has thrown 7 strikes in a row. Over to Mariana, working on a strike. Looking to turn it into a double and stay in this match. And what a great shot for the native of Puerto Rico. Other matches, Hulsenberg defeats Locher 6-12, 5-23. Smith defeats Warzinski 631 to 532. Labinski 623, O'Keefe 552. Germano 684, Boomershine 596. Kulkin 586 to 512 over Sop. Puhowski defeats Boyd 655 to 625. Liz Johnson 676 to 601 over Alvarez. Kulik 703 to 511 over Carbonetto. Guerrero 692 to 654 over Smith. Over to Mariana Ayala. Critical 9th frame, working on a double and a washout, and she is in some trouble now here against Restrepo. Rodriguez, our defending champion, defeats Ernest 641 to 636. Stephanie Johnson defeats Peterson 715 to 677. And a few matches still going on down on the low end of the house. Ayala trying to pick up the washout here, stay in contention in this match, but Restrepo is going to have a chance to close it out. Nice conversion for Mariana. Best she can shoot is 623. Restrepo can shoot 277 this game. Now we give her 652. Restrepo needs 249 for the shutout. She can max at 277. Oh, she comes up light, leaves the bucket. That'll make things a little bit interesting here. Going into our final frame. So a critical spare attempt coming up here for Restrepo. Shooting the bucket in the 9th. Both players with 6 counts in the 9th frame. And Rocio missed it to the left. You can tell off her hand it was going left, open frame. And now she cannot shut out Ayala. No matter what Restrepo does, Ayala will have a chance to win this match in the 10th. Restrepo can max at 241 this game. She is 211 in the 9th. Throws the first one in the 10th. Able to bring you this match thanks to our Bowl TV mobile cam. You'll notice a few hiccups as it's broadcasting to us wirelessly here into our broadcast booth. So Restrepo can max at 241. She had 375 coming into this game. That would put her at 616, I believe. We'll learn a lot based on what Rocio does with this shot right here. And it's high, 3-6-10. Best case scenario now is a 231, which would be 606. So Restrepo cleaning up the spare here, gets them all, and Ayala's going to need a mark. She needs to get to 177 to win the match. Sitting at 143 in the 8th with a spare in the 9th. So Ayala needs a mark with good count to defeat Restrepo here in the opening round of the winner's bracket. Reed defeated Howe 607-568 in a match that just finished. Ayala needs a mark here. It's a go, and my goodness, it is a 2-4-10, and she's going to have to make it. Ayala has to make the 2-4-10 here, and then get 7 on the fill. Mariana Ayala of Puerto Rico needs to convert the 2-4-10 to win her match against Rocio Restrepo. Here it is. Needs to convert it and misses it to the left there, and it's 169, and Rocio Restrepo survives. 606-599 in a hard-fought match. Rocio comes out on top. What a finish there. And you got to see it thanks to our Bowl TV mobile cam. Falbo will defeat Reese. That match is just finishing up. And it looks like De Faria will defeat Arnett, as they are just finishing up. Diana Zaviolova finishes with 661 against Azeret Zetter. Azeret with a better game to close it out, 217, but finishes with just 585. Next round of matches start in about a half an hour. We'll keep the stream up and running, and we'll see you back here then, live on Bowl TV on Extra Frame. From Green Bay, the USBC Queens, a PWBA Tour event on Extra Frame. Coverage brought to you today by Storm and Rotogrid. 900 Global. Brunswick. Hammer and Columbia 300. Bowl TV on Extra Frame, live from the Ashwaubenon Bowling Alley. I'm Lucas Wiseman. Thank you very much for joining us here today as we get started with our next round in the winner's bracket here at the Queens. All of these bowlers won their first round and are still in the winner's bracket. Matches in this round as Clara Guerrero gets us started. She's bowling against Kelly Kulik. It's going to be a great match and another great match. Battle of Colombian teammates. Maria Jose Rodriguez, our defending champion, taking on Rocio Restrepo. And our defending champion starts with a strike. Send in your tweets using the hashtag USBC Queens. And you may see your tweet pop up here on our live coverage today. Kelly testing the approach. After that start. All winners bracket matches right now. Everybody bowling in this round won their first round match. And if they win this round, they are done for the day. So we got 32 bowlers right now in the winner's bracket. And we will have 16 left in the winner's bracket after this round. Kelly Kulik with the gutter spare. Just as good as 9 spare, I suppose. Haley says that she's way too emotionally involved in the USBC Queens. No such thing. Glad to see that you're a fan of the USBC Queens and the PWBA Tour. Thanks for tuning in today. And thanks for using that hashtag, USBC Queens. Rodriguez started with a strike and turns it into a double. Three games, total pins. Determines the winners of the matches. All the bowlers with one loss are waiting in the wings, and they will be up in the next round, coming up at 4 o'clock Central Time. There's a re-oil after this round ends. Pretty challenging pattern here this week at the Queens, like usual. Took about a less than a 205 average to make the cut to the bracket. And by the way, you can find the bracket and the live scoring on pwba.com. Also on bowl.com/Queens. You can find the bracket and the live scoring. Live scoring lets you see any of the pairs in the house. Restrepo with a strike in the third. She trails by 8 very early on here against Rodriguez. Kelly Kulik. Spare double to start. Takes a 1-pin lead. So Restrepo takes a 2-pin lead with that strike. Very early in these matches, again, 3 games, total pinfall. Takes a while to settle in. Kelly Kulik sends a messenger in front of the 9. Expect these to be a couple of pretty good matches. Quite honestly, these 4 all very capable of making the TV show. Tweet coming in from Mike Flanagan. Says nice touch with the tweets. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And also one from Taylor Falbo cheering on Tania. Rodriguez with a 2.45. That 5-pin wobbles a little bit. Clara stepping up just outside of your screen here. There she goes. Working on a strike. It's all tied up, but now she just took a 10-pin lead against Kelly Kulik. Rodriguez missed that spare. Restrepo's lead expands. Appreciate everybody joining us today. A reminder, you can use the hashtag USBC Queens to reach us here in the booth. Rocio comes up a little light, leaves the 2-pin. She just survived against Mariana Ayala in the last round. Mariana needed a mark to beat Rocio. Left the 2-4-10 split. And Mariana was unable to convert it, which allowed Rocio to win the match. I believe it was 606 to 599. Kelly rings a 10 in the 6th. Pin lead for Restrepo after half a game. She pops another strike. 4 strikes and 6 frames for Rocio. Working on a double. Kind of interesting that I think we had 3 Colombians in the field, and all 3 of them end up on our live stream pairs this round. Final total of 26 international bowlers in the field this week out of the 206 that competed. Let's see, some of the countries: England, Colombia, Latvia, Singapore, Canada, Mexico, Venezuela, Brazil, Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, and Russia are represented in addition to the United States. So a lot of folks traveling a long ways to get here to compete in the Queens. Rodriguez trying to clean up the 7-pin. And does so. She's down 13. Guerrero leading by 8 pins against Kulik as they work in the 7th frame in that match. Clara with a nice strike. So important to stay in the winner's bracket in this tournament. Once you lose and get into that elimination portion of the bracket, it's very hard to make the show. As Rocio tosses a double to go up by 23. The road to the show gets a lot longer if you get into the elimination bracket. For example, bowlers who win this round, they get the rest of the day off. They are done until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. It's interesting on this pair with Kelly and Clara. There was no re-oil, and this is the pair that Diana Zaviolova and Azurette Zetter bowled on the match before. And you have to take into consideration how they played the lanes and what they did to the pattern. They both, well, at least Diana tried to stay pretty far right. Azurette was in the track, but she didn't throw it very well, so she was kind of all over the place. And it looks like Kelly is a little left of where both of those two were. And we'll take a closer look at where Clara is playing once she steps up again, but Kelly is much further left than they were in that first match today. So really no traffic in that area where Kelly is playing. But that's typical for Kelly because she has the ability to put more hand in the ball than most of the women in the field. So she can play further left than everybody else. Well, not everybody, but just about. Maria with a strike in the 8th. She's down by 33 after 8 frames against Restrepo. Watching Bold TV on Extra Frame. Lucas Wiseman with you this afternoon from Green Bay. Great looking shot out of Kelly Kulik in the 8th. Clara with a split. That's going to tighten things up. And Maria with a split as well. And that is going to make her fall even more behind against Rocio. We start to wind down game one in these 3-game total pinfall matches. Open frame for Guerrero. And Kelly takes the lead by 3. A couple of more tweets coming in. Rocio, 8-10 split. She really had an opportunity to pull away from Maria this game. That'll slow her down a little bit. Restrepo still up by 33 in the 10th frame. And Kulik up by just a handful of pins heading into the 10th here in game one. Even have some tweets in Spanish coming in, as you might expect, with having the 3 Colombians on the featured pairs. Basically, it says at the USBC Queens bowling, Maria Rodriguez bowling Rocio Restrepo in the round of 32. And Clara is bowling Kelly Kulik, who's the number 2 seed. Nice shot there by Kelly. Maybe a little bit lower scoring than I anticipated, but hopefully have some pretty good matches here as we move along. Just finishing up game one in these 3-game total pinfall matches. So 215 for Restrepo. Kelly's going to be at about 208. Look at this. Pin comes around. Almost takes out the 4 for Maria. She can do nothing but smile. Another tweet coming in carrying the iPad from room to room, watching the women on Extra Frame. Thanks for watching. Appreciate you tuning in today here on Bowl TV on Extra Frame. Our pleasure to bring you coverage of the best female bowlers in the world live on Extra Frame. Best Maria is going to be at is 182 in that match. Clara can get to 225, have a 17-pin lead after the first game against number 2 seed Kelly Kulik. You can tell Clara liked that one off her hand as she delivers the strike. We're going to have a lot of coverage for you of the PWBA Tour here on Extra Frame. In fact, all of the events are going to be broadcast here, as Extra Frame is the official home of PWBA live streaming. Starting the second weekend in July is when we'll really get in the swing of things as the tour kicks off in Sacramento. And you can find the full tour schedule at pwba.com. Rocio up by 34 on our defending champion, Maria Jose Rodriguez. We would certainly appreciate it if you would share the link to Extra Frame with your friends and encourage them to subscribe. It's a very nominal fee to be able to get so much great bowling content from the PBA and the PWBA. Doesn't really cost that much when you break it down. Just skip the stop at McDonald's once a month and it pretty much pays for itself. Guerrero up by 17 against Kulik. Game 2 underway. Maria down by 34, defending champ coming into this game. Oh, look at that. Gets the 7-10 to fall. Gets the lucky break there on what could have been a pretty terrible break. Another tweet coming in supporting Clara Guerrero, watching in San Antonio. Thank you so much for checking in with us today. Maria goes high, 3-6-10. Clara with 225 the first game, a 17-pin lead on Kelly Kulik. See where Clara is playing here. Clara right about 17 at the arrows, keeping it pretty tight. Really playing inside. Playing a very tight line, paying off for her so far. tight matches so far here in our second round of the winners bracket. All of these matches this round are winners bracket matches. So the winners in this round will be done for the day, 2-0 in the tournament, and they will be back tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Central Time for their next round of matches. Basically, in this format, to earn the top seed for the TV show, you need to win 6 matches in a row, undefeated. To earn the second seed, you would need to win 5 matches in a row and get to that top seed match. And then, if you win 4 matches in a row, you're in great shape to make the show because you drop into that elimination match. So really the key to get to 5 wins in a row in the bracket, which is much easier said than done. Got some tweets coming in. We'll let them scroll through here. Appreciate the kind words from everybody on Twitter. You can use the hashtag USBC Queens with your tweets. Kelly Kulik with a nice looking shot there. This match has kind of slowed down in terms of the scoring pace a little bit. Seven-pin lead for Maria. Been watching Clara getting the ball right over about 17 at the arrows and not getting it too far right. It's in about the same spot as last time on that lane, but look at it not finish. She leaves the 5-pin, almost a 5-7 on that shot. Not generating enough angle into the pocket is Clara Guerrero, at least on that shot. Maria throws the knuckleball with the 7-pin, picks it up, going at a Dutch 200 pace this game. Follow the live scoring to see the frame by frame and the running totals for all of the matches throughout the house. Senior Queens down on the low end. And the regular Queens begins on lane 21 and goes through 52. Most popular pair on the live scoring right now, 31 and 32, which is Smith versus Labinski. Restrepo looking for a double, gets it. First double of this game for either player, and Rocio extends her lead. She now leads by 43 as we close in on the halfway point of the match. A lot of tweets coming in using the hashtag USBC Queens. Looks like somebody spent a lot of time at the Swedish League playoff and now watching Extra Frame. Up top, fired up. Watching the Queens and the Blackhawks on the TV. Well, thanks for making us part of your Sunday here on Extra Frame. We'll be live 2 more rounds to come today after this one at 4 p.m. Central and 6 p.m. Central live here on Bull TV on Extra Frame. The coverage resumes tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Central Time, and we'll take you all the way through until I think we could go as late as 8:30 Central Time Monday. So it'll be about 12 hours of coverage with intermittent breaks for reoils, but about 12 hours of coverage for you here on Bull TV on Extra Frame tomorrow, as we will take you all the way through until we know the final 5 for the stepladder finals. Kelly Kulik down by 14 in the match here against Clara, as both players trying to find their way here this game. Maria finds herself down 57 against Rocio at this point. Nice shot by Restrepo. She's looking very solid so far, up by 57, just past the halfway point of the match. Another tweet coming in, sent to me. Well, thank you very much, Jada Ski. USBC Queens, nothing like watching bowling before I go to work at the bowling alley. All right, well, maybe you can even turn on Extra Frame at the bowling center when you get there to work. Put it up for all the people in the bowling center to watch as well. And you can see my Twitter handle there at Lucas_Wiseman if you'd like to give me a follow. Certainly would be appreciated at Lucas_Wiseman. And also make sure you follow at PWBA Tour on Twitter. Well, it's interesting to note that Kelly and Clara went the first 5 frames without a double, either player without a double, and all of a sudden the ball rep showed up to help them out, and now both players have a double. Those guys know when to come around. They know when they're needed. They keep an eye on things. Right now, Clara up by 14 against Kelly. Kelly is so far left now. She's off the screen as she starts. She's coming into your picture right now. And that is A big nasty split right there. A 3, 4, 6, 7, 10. 5 count through the face on a double. Lose a lot of count right there. Rodriguez with a double. Pulls to within 47. Big shot coming up here for Maria. Chance to cut it to 37 with another strike. There's only 13 frames to go in the match. That's way right. Rings the 10. Got it back to the pocket though. But you could tell she wasn't too happy with it when she let it go. Let's take a look at Clara here. Struck 2 out of 3 times on this lane so far. And there's a triple for Clara as she increases her lead after that open by Kulik in the 7th. Clara gets that one a bit wide, leaves the bucket. So Clara leads by 22 this game, 39 overall. She was up 17 after game 1. Kulik's got a lot of work to do. She wants to come back to win this match. Going to the bag, pulling out a different ball. It looks like Kelly's ready to make a ball change here.
Just say it's his. Mine too.
So Restrepo has added 10 to her lead this game, sitting at 44. Kulik making the ball change. Looks pretty good right there. Gets the strike in the 9th. She had to do something. Things were not going so well this game for her. Ninth frame for Clara. She can still shoot 232 this game. Pulls that one and leaves just the 3. Didn't look like she threw that one too well. Rodriguez stepping up, 10th frame, can max at 203 this game. She goes high as well, leaves the 3-6. Rodriguez with the open in the 10th, 180 for her, and she's in a lot of trouble against Restrepo in this match. A couple of 180 games for Maria. Puts her at just 361 for 2. Clara spins that 4-pin across the deck for the strike. Garcia rings a 10. She'll be at 203 this game, it looks like. Clara gets the second one in an attempt to get her max score to 221 with another strike to close out game 2. We'll have a break after this round ends. Next round scheduled to begin at 4 p.m. Central Time for score. The last round of the night at 6 p.m. Central Time for score. And I was wrong. Rocio can shoot 203, not 204. But still, she's going to add another 23 to her total. If she strikes on the fill, it'll be up 57. going into the last game. Clara strikes out. Clean game. 221. Puts her at 446 for the first two. Restrepo leads by 56 after two, 417 to 361. Maria's going to need a big game if she wants to come from behind and win this game, win this match against Restrepo. Kelly with a double in the 10th. She gets 210 with another strike. He's down by 28 going into game 3. Guerrero leads 446 to 418. So a 28-pin lead for Clara as we head into game number 3 in that match. Kelly trying to mount the comeback here. Game 3, last game of the match. Down by 28. Rodriguez and Restrepo both have started with doubles. Restrepo leading by 56 coming into this game. Maria with another strike. She's going to need a lot of strikes this game. and hope for some help from Rocio. Kelly with a big split. 3-4, 6-7. And Kelly starting to look like she might be in a little bit of trouble here against Clara. Restrepo trying to keep it perfect through 3. She leads by 46 at the moment. And comes up light, leaves the bucket. And she leads by 42 now. It's kind of the opening Maria was looking for over there. And speaking of openings, there's an open for Kelly Kulik. Clara has a chance to really put her foot on the accelerator here in these next couple of frames. Saw Restrepo miss that bucket earlier today. Cleans it up this time. Clara up by 44 right now. Strike here would make it 54, and she does get the strike. 4-pin falls a little late. But a double to start this game for Clara Guerrero. Oh my goodness, things can change fast. Restrepo with a big split here. Yes. Things have turned the wrong direction for her just in 2 frames. And especially if Rodriguez steps up and throws a couple of more strikes. Clara with a great shot. She liked that one off her hand. Front 3. As the lead swells into the 60s for Guerrero. "64-pin lead for Clara Guerrero. I told you she'd have a chance to step up and put the foot on the accelerator, and that's exactly what she did. And Kelly Kulik is in a lot of trouble right now. Kelly almost has to strike out at this point, you would think, to have any chance to win this match. Her ball reaction just does not look good enough to get it done. All right, big shots coming up here now for Maria Rodriguez. She got the opening from Restrepo. Now she needs to take advantage of it. 4th frame for a defending champion. Wheels and deals and leaves the 2-8. Missed opportunity there for Rodriguez. Still, it has tightened up considerably in that match. Assuming Maria can make the spare. She will have made up half of the difference. She was down by 56. If she makes the spare, she's only down by 28. couple more tweets coming in. Watching the ladies. Glad to see them back in action. Thanks for sending that tweet in. And just got a tweet in asking me where you can find the standings as of this round. And all the results are at bowl.com/Queens or pwba.com. Go to tournaments and then the Queens page. Bowl.com/Queens, click on the results page. You'll see the link to the brackets on there, and that will be updated through that last round. Nice looking strike for Restrepo. And here is Clara. Leading big. And perfect through 3. What a great shot. Clara looks like she's not going to be denied here. '74-pin lead for Guerrero now with 6 frames to go in the match. Rocio looking for a double, rings the 10. Restrepo makes the spare. Still up by 28 in that match. Clara finally cooled off with a 10-pin. Wow, Maria with a super washout. You could tell off her hand that was big trouble. She misses the head pin to the right, leaves the 1, 2, 4, 6, 10. And meanwhile, Kelly with a 7-pin. Nice pickup for Maria Jose Rodriguez, defending champion. Makes the super washout. Doesn't lose any count because it came on a strike. Still down by 28 though, with 4 frames left. Still could go either way in that match. Bowling Guy Probs tweeting at me. I'm nervous just watching these ladies compete during match play. Can't imagine how they feel. It's pretty nerve-wracking. A lot on the line. Major title. Big prize money. Clara with a split here in the 6th. Trying to make things a little more interesting, although I'm sure that's not what she wants. Clara's going to take the 2 on the split. She still leads by 59, 4 frames to go, but Kelly, of course, working on this strike. You can never count out Kelly Kulik. Restrepo's still up by 26. So we're in the 8th frame. Clara gets a little tap on the 10. The 6 pin caught just enough of that 10 pin to get it to go for the strike. Once again, after this round ends, we'll have a break of about an hour or so for re-oil, starting back here again at 4 p.m. Central Time. It's an elimination round live on Bowl TV. Kelly with a double. Kelly Kulik strikes out. That would force Guerrero to need 207. Excuse me, 207 to lock up the win. Clara going at a 2:15 pace right now. And Rodriguez with a big double there. Narrows the gap to 16 pins with 2 frames to go. It's turned into a great match between Restrepo and Rodriguez. Kelly with another strike. She's going to try to keep Clara honest here in the last 3 frames. So here's Rodriguez. This is a critical shot right here. Maria can pull to within 6 with a strike. For 3 in a row. Gets it done. 3 in a row for Rodriguez. And she is in business here. So if Restrepo strikes out 9th and the 10th, she would shut out Rodriguez by 6, I believe. So this is a critical shot here for Restrepo. Oh, wow. Through the face. Leaves the split, the 6-7-10. Dreadful timing on that one. She has just lost it this game a little bit. Clara looking pretty solid to advance here, especially if she strikes right here. Clara Guerrero is going to defeat Kelly Kulik in this match, take down the number 2 seed. Rocio is going to give this a run. Just about made it, but just missed that 6-pin a little bit to the right. And now Maria Rodriguez in position to stay alive here in the winner's bracket. Big 10th frame. She still can win this match. Restrepo can. Needs to finish big. And stuffs a 4-pin. And now Rodriguez can max at 258. Looks like she may just need a mark. Maybe not even a mark. Tally it up here in a moment. Yeah, I don't think that Rodriguez is going to need a mark unless she gets really bad count on her first shot. Wendell defeated Padilla 678 to 587. Qua defeated Lonelli 612 to 566. Liz Johnson defeats Trisha Reed 732 to 563. Diana Zavialova defeats Stephanie Johnson. That match about to go final. Restrepo ends up shooting 590. And Rodriguez is going to need count here. Actually, she does need a mark. Yeah, 9 spare strike would be 598 for Rodriguez. So she needs a mark here in the 10th for the win in this match. And almost a 7-10 breaks it up for the strike, and Rodriguez is going to win. What a finish for Maria Jose Rodriguez. As Maria Rodriguez throws 4 strikes in a row at the end of this game to come from behind and take the win against Restrepo. Zavialova 695, Johnson 617. Good thing that split didn't come a frame earlier for Maria. See if we find some other final scores for you. Plahowski defeats Falbo 681 to 604. Kulkin defeats De Faria 630 to 551. As Beatty defeats Pate 660 to 547. Still quite a few others not finalized yet. Wessner defeats Parkin 700 to 553. Ortiz defeats Caldwell 597 to 555. Final score here, Clara Guerrero 690. Kelly Kulik 650. And Maria Jose Rodriguez 606. Rocio Restrepo 590. Don't really see any other close matches that are nearby here that I can get to quickly. Looks like Aaron McCarthy needs a second strike in the 10th to win against Hamilton. Let me see if I can get a camera on that real quick. Well, Aaron McCarthy got the second one in the 10th, had a messenger take out the 7 and the 10 for the strike. Looks like she's going to win against Brittany Hamilton. Just needs 8 on the fill. We'll let you know if she gets it. Maybe able to see the ball go down the lane on the far right side. There it is. Got a strike. Aaron McCarthy defeats Brittany Hamilton by a handful of sticks in that match. You can see Kim Terrell-Kearney off to the right side there. She's going to pick up the win against Amanda Green. And that's going to do it for this round. Let's see if there's any other scores I can recap for you that I didn't catch. Smith defeats Lubinsky 600 to 593. Marcano defeats Klemkin 668 to 559. McCarthy 657, Hamilton 654. I think I've given you all of the matches at this point. Excuse me, as we finish up here with this round. Next round starts in about an hour. So make sure you join us back here again. Practice will start in an hour, and then we'll start the matches first ball at 4 p.m. Central Time right here on Bull.